Penis. 1, 2. Penis. Can you guys hear me? Penis. Okay, cool. How's everyone doing today? Fantastic. The data this morning was kind of interesting. It's a really, really strong labor market. So strong, in fact, Powell may never have to cut rates again. I don't sound better. I still feel like shit. Good morning, John Cresson. Morongo Casino out in the desert, huh? Do you think another day of great chop? I was too busy responding to that guy in your Twitter post to check options positioning. We're kind of right in the middle of all the open interest right now. If we slide up above 85, I'm not even sure if those are sold, but we could go up. There's a little bit of call side defense at 45.70, under 45.70, bearish. So we're kind of trying to hold the line here. Filling the gap would be not great. Can I get a ha 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 from you for the vibes today? There you go, man. Ha ha ha. I did my best. I'm a little hoarse. Today's data points to stagflation. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, big stag. I don't know what kind of noise those make. You're a little hoarse. No, you're a little hoarse. Centaur pun detected. Yields in Dixie are rocketing. Are obviously not going to impact the market. Gherkin, you're silly. I know. We're all half Centaur. Exactly, actual Dan. That's what really matters. Are you still in your straddle? Yes. Yeah, I am. Is there a daily DD that I missed? I posted like some gamma charts and talked some shit about Google's new AI chatbot. But other than that, no, I don't think so. I didn't write up a daily. I fucking woke up at like 9:15. There was no way that was happening. Was that what you were looking for? The whole kit and caboodle? You want me to talk you through your morning? You know there's a not safe for work subreddit, r Centaur Girls? Nope, and I didn't need to know that. Thank you. And 60% of people watching this stream are neutral. Yeah. Best kind. Thanks. Making sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, no, you didn't miss it. Shout out to everyone contributing to the shit posting channel on the Discord. Seriously, that place is awesome. I love it there. That's the only thing the pores do right. Except you're gonna check it out after the stream to find mating material. No. Yep, rule 34. We're stuck. Well, no, we rejected off the gap. I wouldn't necessarily call that stuck. I would like to see us fall below 45.70. It would make my day better. What the fuck is with these idiots on Twitter? Man, GME people are so fucking delusional. You can't even talk to some of them. I've realized now why I've banned so many, just because they're just insufferable. They say things that are factually untrue over and over again, and they believe them. No, the SOM rule wasn't triggered this week. Unemployment's 3.7. Unemployment's down from the prior. Channels on Discord besides Pickles Picks and SBX? No. No rejections. Gorg, they're cranking risk up to 11. We will hit 4,600 today. They really did a lot of work yesterday to get the price. Oh, shit. What is Beyond doing? Hello? What's my password for this fucking broker? Oh, fuck me. Why is that not right? Oh, there we go. The first girl was definitely not a centaur. See? Fake news. I have new earbuds and my port is almost entirely cash. I'm ready. All right. Step 1. Don't use it all in one trade. Step 2, set up a paper trading account with the exact amount of money you have and plan out your risk management, Jen. Figure out your capital allocations, max positional risk, what instrument that you want to fiddle with. Financial one, obviously. Sound like you have a 125 speed. Is that what 5 hours of sleep does for you? Oh, I slept for 6 hours last night, sir. 6 hours. And I've been taking a lot of Sudafed, which is basically meth. Losing my virginity was a lot like my first football game. I got bruised and bloody, but at least my dad came. Wow. Okay, Kendra. You thought I wouldn't notice you? I see you. That's like 10 hours for a regular person. Yes. Oop. We're filling the gap. What's Tep doing? Still nobody covering this, huh? It's a little bit more volume today. Well, not really. I'm not gonna lie to myself. That's really unimpressive. Should I buy GME $16 0 DTEs? They're only 38 cents. It could test 1650 again. Although it may not. Gamma Max on BYND. find out. Gamma Max is at $20.67. It's getting better. It's still really far away, though. I've shorted VIX into the dirt here. Oh, dork. I know. Bastards. What even is that? Just mirror this seem backwards. More data at 10 a.m. Yep. Looks like we're getting our pre-10 a.m. pumpy. Genie bags are truly the heaviest matter in the universe. They've distorted reality itself. To that guy responding to me. Google to 140. Yeah, so Google could. It's got a shitload of call interest from yesterday. Fuck, Google already hit 135 though. That's not good. Google went down hard overnight. Yeah, I guess that the news of their fake shit fucking, well, there it is. Fake AI, fake bot. I found you because of SPX. I missed all the GME times. I don't think I would have survived that. That's fair. Nah, Gemini's pretty slick. So according to the like dev notes, the video was heavily edited, right? They used a lot of prompts that the current software is unable to understand, and they got rid of like a lot of loading times and stuff like typical advertising shit. But people are really pissed about it. Is that the one where the guy drew a duck? I have no idea. Did you guys buy back your Apple sold spreads? 187.50, 190. I have 190, 192.50s, and no. Sure would be a shame if investors started looking more closely at other AI companies. JK, it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't. What else is doing bully today? Apple's down a little bit. Amazon's down. Google's down. Oh shit. Was only Nvidia to hold all this up? Wait, should I buy NVIDIA calls? It is above 463. Small and mid cap are moving, I guess. Yeah, I bet. Russell's up like 77. Dow's up. Oh, these fucking rolled. They're actually not. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know what they're up. Never mind. Hmm. Calls are fucking 80 cents for the 75. Ooh. Yeah, keep pulling back. Top's chugging along. SPX closed about 45.85 today, or crash and burn. I don't know. They're pumping really hard before the Michigan consumer sentiment comes out. It's going to be really awkward if consumer sentiment is down and everybody's employed. So probably a good time to bail out some calls, I would guess. I think they'll pump regardless. They might. Yeah, they might not be wrong. Although some of their upside positioning did weaken earlier today. There's still plenty there. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of inevitable. Ooh, I got a really good fill on that. Nice. RSP is doing well. Broad support in market, but if RSP dies similar to Wednesday, we could drop hard. Yeah, we could. What comes out at 10? Michigan Consumer Survey for the preliminary December survey. It's expected to be good, with a moderate bump in 5-year inflation expectations. I've exposed myself to the markets. Am I doing this right? You gotta stop. We get ads now. Yeah, Google's really trying to pump up their revenues. Palantir's been bouncing a tiny bit. I may sell some 1750 18C for next Friday if they hit 0.25. Is that a dumb play? So I don't think it's dumb, per se. but it might not be enough theta. Other people in Michigan get tired of being pulled. So it's University of Michigan, not people of Michigan. Is everyone unnecessarily bullish trying to push 4,600 on zero DTEs? Yeah. Yeah. Looks like the future sellers at 45, 40, well, what is it, like 45 fucking 45.90 are back. They're back in full force like they were last night. Thou shalt not pass. Why is there 106,990 open interest in Jan 19, 127.50 GME calls? Because when IV is up, those are very valuable to sell. And then they just sit there until they expire worthless. That's the simple explanation. The more complex explanation would be that they're part of a replicating basket of variance swaps. Thanks to the pump upstart, picked up another Jan 35 put. All right. Call wall at 45, 458.50 on SPY is strong. I've been looking at SPY too much lately. What's SPY look like? Oop. Fuck that up. Something that's kind of interesting is that SPY and QQQ are right at gamma neutral. And gamma neutral on SPY is at 456.90. It's very close by. It's awkward. Could present some chance for volatility. Should I just buy the put? Also, I can just buy the put. Holy shit, those are pricey. Haha, Vol, what's that? What the heck do those regards know about the consumer? Well, they are consumers. They pull consumers. Am I talking about the market's losing 500 billion in stock buybacks? Yeah, so right now there's about 5 billion. Sorry. 5 billion in flows at VWAP that are supporting indexes right now due to the share buyback period. As of December 11th, that's going to start to trim as we move into the next blackout period for share buybacks. I remember when Dr. Gingerballs posted the DRS chart from Twitter to SS and they banned him. Quite hilarious watching the crazies make up theories why it's down. Yep. Yeah. It's the DTCC. They committed international security fraud with the help of everyone else, and no one's ever found out because they're all perfectly tight-lipped about it. Here's a rule about crime, right? The more people that know, the faster you're going to get caught. If your conspiracy involves thousands of people, it's fake. People are stupid. They're not good at keeping secrets. I've got a lot of questions. I need to head out later, and I want to get some positions in. I may sell 192.50, 195 on Apple now that I'm rolling December 15th. Too soon? Oh, that was not too bad. I sold some of those yesterday. They may not be worth enough. Did you say that? Excuse me. You're saying that the moon landing actually happened? Yeah. They're making me want to buy a put, Gherk. Yeah, I hear you. But they bought a lot of calls already, so it's like, you know. Beyond looking to squart, it looks squartier. Oh, here's a fun fact. Gamma neutral on Beyond is now at like $9.67. So it's fallen below delta neutral. It's very close by. False alarm, inverse me. Are you good at keeping secrets? Do you kiss and tell? Never, Rims and Tims. Except sometimes. 1 minute to find out if I'm going to end the day happy or sad. Okay. Are we going to chop between 45.80 and 45.90 today? That's a distinct possibility. 75 and 90. Like the stream, people, if you could. That's a big help. What's Tup doing? Sad. There we go. See, they didn't even read it. Let's see. Sentiment is up. Inflation expectations are down. Consumer expectations are up. Current conditions are up. Inflation expectations, 5-year and current, are both down. Super bullish. Couldn't be any better. Vol up. Oh. Look at that, Zork. You see that? We did it, guys. We beat the economy. All it took was raising the price of SPX. It's like they knew what Michigans were thinking. There goes another port. Brett, you'll get it right on the 50th try. It's only like, what, 15 more to go? We'll never have another financial crisis in our lifetime. Well, unless USD JPY collapses in the next 15 days. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's this bearishness? Calm down. Go back the other way. I paid good money for this call. Did they just sell the market maker long pits and not realize what they were doing? I think they did. You see that, Dork? That was funny. If you could please identify the top next, that'd be much appreciated. No problem. Good morning, Trash. Look at you. 10 a.m.? Are you feeling okay? Don't worry, Greg. All this data pointing to no rate cuts is just feeding into the narrative that there will be 5 rate cuts over the next 12 months. Yeah, man. Why would JPOW try to stifle our massive economic expansion? This is our chance to take over the world. I've been up since 3 a.m. I'm doing fine. Oh, that's not good. What's the moral of this story for Beyond? America, fuck yeah. I hope so. Yeah, that's kind of that would be ideal. Wealth effect, baby. Let it ride. Yep. Pump up that bubble. Bigger the bubble, bigger the pop, right? Ah, my lips are dry. There we go. All right. She should cut rates even though inflation isn't at 2% just because America. Yeah, I mean, clearly we can live with 3, 4, or 5% inflation. No problem, Jason. Still doesn't beat an unexpected growl. I did one of those one day, but you weren't here. Be honest, how many people tried to do the popping sound with their lips also? I did. My toddler pops her lips back at you. It's insulting. Should teach her some manners. Matt W., welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Who cares about inflation? This is paradise. Dixie up, yields up, stocks up, VIX down. Let's fucking go. Nothing can ever go wrong again, Dork. It's a new normal. Woo. Is Upstart or Beyond the nummiest to hold over the weekend? Ew, neither one. That sounds terrible. JPOW should cut rates to negative because it would probably crash the markets. They stopped me out of my 4600 way too soon. I need to stop doing 20% stops on 0 GTE. Maybe 20 is a little tight. I don't know what your premium on it was, but if you were out of the money, it could have been a little tight. At the money, 20% should be fine, but if you're way out of the money, like if you bought like a 4600, then you've got to be a little wider. Have you tried trading like 1 DTEs so you don't get such shitty returns? At least she didn't bite her thumb back at you. That's true. That would have resulted in a duel. I'm liking this new Jackson version of you. I'm just going with the flow, man. Okay, so for some reason GME is not going up. Everything else is. Apple. What do I do about Apple? I guess I'll cut these and roll them. Gross. Yeah, it's not that big of a loss. Dun, dun, dun. Cat? Cat's moving pretty hard. Ooh. It's kind of like a lot of lag going on right now. What the fuck is that about? Like Lady Godiva, Dork. How the fuck does everyone keep on pumping up week after week after week? And this was a very carefully constructed and planned pump, okay? Will GME take that? Will RC take the GME investment fund into the metaverse for obscene returns? Yeah, I don't know. At 4,600, let's go. We're already there. How much higher is this pump going? Realistically, we could get up to like 46.25. Ooh. TUP's moving a little bit too. Fubo's up. Not that anyone's necessarily happy with that outcome, but it is. So Apple's moving up on the day. IWM's up 112 BPS. Oh, we broke 4,600. Maybe I should have gone long on NVIDIA. Oh, Google will have to do. How's GME doing? It's doing okay. There's a big fat fucking wall it puts at 1650 on GME. If you put your bull horns up in the air and make a bull sound, it gets me going. Like, like that. See what you did? That rejection is your fault. Welcome back to Dillionaire Rims and Tims. Can we get beyond over $10? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm sorry your short squeeze isn't happening fast enough for you. Why doesn't Russell 2K move like SPX upon the news? What? Because the economy is amazing and everything's fixed. Why would you buy small caps? Is Beyond dead? No, but they're shorting it really hard to keep it from crossing over gamma neutral. Which is roughly right there. It's about where we topped out, I think. 960. 960 something. Hmm. Do we grind up from here, or do you think we could reject at some point? 46, 10, 25, and 40 resistances. Can we get a full bull song? No. I tried to way out of the money SPX Strangle, and my call 3x and paid for my put, so I guess I'll just let the put side ride as a consolation prize if this gets rugged. Okay. Yeah, that's something you can do. Long time no gains. What do? Why do you think that is? Happy anniversary, cult leader. 2 years strong. Thanks for everything, Pickle Daddy. Thank you, embodied Josh. Should probably set a stop on this, right? Somewhere. Back at like 10. Put it back at like 9. That's probably not going to get stopped out, right? This would have to get rejected super hard. All right, approaching some sold calls at 46.10. Let's see if we're going to squeeze those out. Ooh, Beyond's running out of liquidity. Tupperware is not. Tupperware is not running out of liquidity yet. GME also isn't. They seem to have that pretty well stabilized. Upstart is. Upstart's running out of liquidity a bit. Fubo's not. I'll pay attention to that one. Macy's is actually unstoppable. Ooh, Tesla? Tesla 250? It's too greedy, right? Yeah, that's too greedy. QQQ to 395 might be good. Yields rocketing alongside the market's totally normal, right, Dork? Who gives a shit? AI. All right. I'm gonna lean into this one today. It's better for my mental health. VIX flat. Well, so far. That's because we haven't squeezed out any short calls yet. Well, not really. Yuta, do something about this American economy. Well, if he doesn't, it's gonna come and fuck him in the night. Where can Google head back to? Well, it already tapped 135 a few times this morning, so I think if it's bouncing from here, it's clearly found some support. Maybe it has another 5%. It's just obviously ridiculous, but so's everything else at this point. We are testing 4610, yes. Yeah, I think that's going to turn around. I'm not worried about it. Beyond, finding a little bit of support. See if we get some more call interest coming in. I'm surprised people aren't all over this. It's up like 50% in like a week. $4,600 where you put a stop on your straddle put? Yes, actually. It was $45.95. but close. Same shit. Where do you think SPX ends the year? I don't know. I don't know if this will last beyond OPEX, but we'll see. There's a reason for this pump to turn around, right? Risk-free Friday. I'm up 150%. No, it could turn around. It could get rejected horribly. Bulls could take profits. There's a lot of things that could happen here. It's not yet, so that's a good sign. But getting over this hump at like 46.05, a little difficult. If we do get over the hump at 46.05, there's a very good chance we test 46.25. And there's a obscene amount of call buying and put selling going on right now in order to make that happen. So they're trying their damnedest. What's the difference between trading Goog L versus Goog? Does one more? Usually Goog has more liquidity, but it doesn't really matter. Not for like at the money 0 DTEs, right? Well, that's because, SPX is a measure of how profitable companies are, not how broke poor people are. Right? If you think about it that way. So aerospace companies are starting to use AI for 3D printing. They tell AI what type of build they're looking for, and then AI builds the template. Might be some immediate use of AI. Oh god, that sounds horrifically dangerous. When you put it that way. I tried to buy Lulu at open and didn't get filled. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Ooh, a little bit of profit taking on the call side there. Stop loss? They can't just give this up, right? Oh, fuck yeah. I think that's where my risk is set. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. There's the big fucking call wall on Google again. That's the wrong ticker. Well, Greg, I bought calls because, well, thanks for everything, and Cat is moving. No problem, man. Yeah, I know. Cat actually didn't look terrible last night, but there wasn't enough calls yet, and I wasn't gonna risk it all on 0 DTEs coming in or not coming in, right? Ah, come on, Bulls, you're so close. Ooh, Google just opens wide up above 137. Lulu was amazing. My next weekly 490C went wild. Yeah, they dropped hard from earnings, right? They got me, Garrick. I'm sorry to hear that, man. If we do reject, where do we fall? 45.85? 45.90 or 45.85. How's Palantir looking? I haven't looked at it today. Give me a second. Not great. Still kind of just trading in that like 17 to 1750 range. It's recovering a bit, I guess, but not a lot. I think if you have time, it's going to continue to go down. $17 more cents. Let's go beyond. We don't want to get stopped out on the bull flag here. I think I have enough room. Maybe I should just go to 1750 or 750. That's better. No volume on top. I know. But it's going up, so that's cool. That was a wise choice. Digging for my call dork. If they lose this, bearish? Did Google get rejected? Oh, you piece of shit. Bet more of those. Let's see if this is turning around. A bit, yeah. Let's look at a bit bearish. Huh. Is it gonna find support or no? Okay, well, I think the first thing I need to do here is set a stop. Put that set at 25. 21. All right. God damn it. Oh, dork. It's going to be that day. The Bulls, they had it. Why did they give it up so easily? Bunch of fucking cocks. Embarrassing. Bulls, we can still do mouth stuff. GME IV getting crushed. It's usually how that goes down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. What a great company. I want that. I want Google back. Damn, this is getting kind of bearish. Support. Rix is back above 13. Okay. The call selling's kind of fallen off. There's still put buying going on. Where are they buying puts? 95, 90, 85, 80, 75? Oh, because they can't sell puts. That's right. They can't sell the puts. Dork. You can't sell puts above 49, 45.99. It's illegal. This is kind of exciting. I think the goal is to keep the market green until FOMO brought in some calls. They didn't get enough to offset the put deleveraging. Yeah. Why is it illegal? So above 45.99, if you sell puts, you're selling the long puts. So you're pushing their book net long Vega, which is not great if you want things to go up. Oh, how are they? There's really they're fucked here, aren't they? If no liquidity is coming in, they're just dead in the water. Eh? I mean, right? They just lost their whole fucking pump. What's up, dude from India? Huh. It seems like a very tricky situation. Looks like I'll try this again next week. Should be selling more GME. Hmm. V up inbound? No, no. I don't want to fuck with it. They just tore the floor out of their own run. Seems like a... Like, who was the guy that got up there with everyone else and was bullish and then decided to sell a shitload of puts, Dork? Someone did, and he fucked everybody. I'm cutting beyond till Monday. Too many rejections without crossing gamma neutral. The fucking risk is ridiculous to carry it over the weekend. And I can't buy theta because the spreads are terrible. So I gotta wait till next week. I'll see how it looks. KRE long puts. Interesting. Yeah, I don't love this. ES looks like it's getting rejected pretty hard. Plenty of volume. Hasn't broken through 45.90 yet, but it's kind of getting close. I guess we'll see how things reposition. There's still a lot of call selling going on. Well, both sides of my 4600, 4550 strangle print. 4550 is a bit of a stretch. Do you print at a test of 75? Can't imagine you would. I almost imagine the MM is just sitting there laughing. Well, it was awkward, right? We got like right around 1020. Like call buying was just going nuts. And then someone came in and just sold a fuck ton of puts and destroyed everything. Temporarily. Okay, sure, but those puts are still there. Those puts underwater? Not all of them, but some, yes. More of them go underwater if we go down to 45.85. No, I don't want no video puts. Of course it will, Doric. I gotta go find the right contract. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, shit. I'm gonna need 45.50 today, Guac. I said already, that's kind of a stretch. 75's not impossible, but 50 seems way the fuck out there. Futures shift from rate cuts beginning in March 2024 to May 2024. Odds of rate cuts beginning in Jan 2024 fell from 16% to 6%. Yeah, the strong labor market's not good for the idea of tons of rate cuts next year. Breadth is kind of there to support a recovery back to 600, and then the calls get squoze, and we go up to 69,000. I don't know, man. If we lose 90, this whole thing's fucked. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, neither of us are wrong. It's just this resistance is very important. If it fails, it gets ugly. If they manage to stabilize here, they can push again. Apple and Nvidia are doing pretty well, so they're definitely getting a little bit of that pump on like mega caps. Meta and Microsoft don't look that hot though. They're gonna defend it like they every other time, especially on a Friday. Okay, so they push this up to 4,600. Then what? Still can't sell puts. Chances of blackout period killing the pump. A slow death, but a death nonetheless. Losing those flows can have some impact. We won't know how much, right? But some. Yeah, they have to squeeze the calls because it's the only available liquidity. Hmm, 45.95. That's kind of shit. I don't like this squawk. Are we bear flagging? Yes. The success of the bear flag is still an unknown. There's a gap right there, though. We'll probably fill that. All right, so the pump's back on. I hope bulls really go for it. They're trying. Sell more puts at 45.99. This would be the time to sell them. Okay, so now if they sell puts, they fuck themselves again. Why can't they sell puts over 4,600? So if they try to short VIX over 4,600, they push the market maker net long Vega. And so instead of the market maker being short those puts, they're long those puts. So they're slamming their head into a brick wall. Well, someone is. They have to squeeze short calls. If they don't squeeze short calls, I don't think there's any way to overcome the dynamic. They need the risk on trade to roll in. I mean, the risk on trade rolled in before, though. Like, everyone went fucking long calls. Oh, hey, Dork, they just sold some more puts. Why did JFresh say they needed 4630? I don't know. I don't see the importance of that. Do you think we touch 4575? I don't. If they sell a bunch of fucking puts again, yeah, it's possible. Okay, so we're here. We're back at 4600. Now what? Can't sell puts. Calls aren't capitulating. They gotta buy calls. With what money? With money from the sold puts. Don't they compound their risk at 4,600 every time they sell more puts to push up to that price level? Yeah, yeah. Because they'll keep dragging that neutral point down, right? Huh. Be the call seller? Here's the thing. This move is political. That's on Para. The volume's really going up. I don't think I have any. Of course the volume's good. They're up 12. I mean, volume's actually going down, but they're up 12% today. There are dividends next week. Yeah, I mean, they tested like resistance at 1720. It could keep running, I suppose. But definitely a big resistance there at 1720. I think the Apple bear spread play is invalidated if we hold SPX 4600. Yeah. You can roll it up too. If 4610 breaks, I think we see a 1% day. Does 4625 put us at 1% for the day? Close. Not like 80 BPS day. I'm not sure this is gonna break. There's some dipshit in here who keeps trying to sell puts. Yields are still up a lot. Yeah, they are. The 5 and the 10 are moving really hard. This is almost comical to me. Yields don't matter, Gorg. Bond market's tiny. It's almost like consumer isn't driving inflation. Maybe it's like gasp our debt. But it is. I mean, uranium's a physical commodity, so it's definitely removed from equity prices, at least a bit. Great, it's stuck. They don't know what to do. Yeah, I know. Maybe they should try selling more puts. $45.80 put dead? I don't know, maybe. Not if this crashes again. I'm gonna pick my short positions marked long. When reported, how is dividend paid out? Okay, so you have a short position marked long. You'd still have to pay the dividend. You'd have to pay it before receiving it? Any evidence of de-risking? No. That's on copper prices over the next 1 to 2 months. They might go up in the next 1 to 2 years. It'll depend heavily on China's economic recovery. Not like rates will be higher for longer. Okay. I'll give me a minute. I'll read it. What's the nearest to the money more than one DTA Vega risk the pumpers have? The biggest pile of risk near the money is at 75 right now. Did you buy any FSR options? No. Yeah, let me know what you come up with, because it's very strange, right? Sorry about that. I was just talking with JFresh, guys. We're kind of discussing like how flows look into OPEX and where the market maker has is benefited the most, right? The market maker would very much like to see the market close at like we want to be at December OPEX at like 46.30 or below 44.40. But there is one caveat to that, and that's that because we're above Vega neutral, the current participants that are long the market need leverage to drive the market higher, right? Remember that the MM is selling into strength and buying weakness. And, the solution to get that leverage up until this point is to sell puts, right? You sell puts, you buy calls. That gives you the leverage necessary to drive the market higher. And you're doing that in a ratio that's beneficial to the long side. So you're buying a lot of short dated gamma, and you're selling a lot of longer dated vega. The problem now at this price, at these prices, is that you're selling the market maker long vega, right? So you're pushing the market maker's net vega positive in order to get your leverage, and you need to buy a lot more gamma in order to break that. And to buy more gamma, you have to sell more vega, right? Especially the lower VIX gets because of diminishing returns. So I don't know how they overcome this. I'm trying to think about it, but it seems like a very tricky situation. Now they can wait, and over time, that point will move higher, and then we can push into it again. But I mean, we just they just pumped it up, right? They pumped it up really hard, and then they started selling puts again, and we're right back down. And the more puts they sell, the market maker's just going to sit on those, right? The more puts they sell, the more risk they have of gamma squeezing to the downside because the market maker decides to hedge all those puts that they're now long on. And they're not selling these puts far out of the money. They're selling them 45.75 to 45.90, so right at the money. I mean, there's still going to be a reflexive hedge with futures, so that doesn't matter. And futures are expensive. Futures contracts are way more expensive than fucking 100 out of the money calls, 0 DTE calls, right? Why hedge bought puts with buying more puts? Well, they're not. I mean, the participants aren't buying puts; they're selling the puts. But they're selling the market makers so many puts that they're pushing the market maker net long puts. So and what that does is it rug pulls that market maker buying the strength, right? So because we're above gamma neutral, the market maker should be buying the downside, right? So on weakness, when the market falls, the market maker is buying. When the market's going up, the market maker is selling. So they're selling into the strength, buying the weakness, right? When you sell the market maker net long puts, then they start selling the weakness. I don't know if it's going to kickstart a correction. I mean, they did this. They got in this situation like a week ago, and we moved down like $30 because they sold the market maker so many fucking puts that we just crashed into them. Are futures more expensive because of inflation? This is a short term, it could be a long term problem. Well, it's a current problem based on where we're trading. If we keep trading up against the market makers, Vega neutral point, then yeah, it's going to continue to be a problem. Oh, hey, red on the day. That's neat. Look at that. RSP is dead. Breath is dead. So Volga squeeze downward solves this issue. Yes. Mm, Voma? I think it's just Vega and maybe Voma, depending on the theta on the call on the puts they're selling. But effectively, yeah. If you just tie it back to the first order Greek, I don't think you really need to go that in depth with it. Well, it's tricky now because they sold a bunch of puts here, right? So again, if we lose 85, this gets bearish. Anything supportive from those sold puts falls off. They're selling more puts, but I'm not sure that's helping them. I don't know who's buying these puts. I'm out of money. Can futures counteract and help them find support? Not really. I mean, if the MM's gonna start selling short, then they're gonna sell futures. Is this support? Yeah, it's a support. It's an important one, too. There's one more support at 70, but it's weakened pretty substantially throughout the day. Doesn't appear that the dynamic of selling absolutely everything is wearing off yet either. And the call side interest to the upside of 4,600 has broken down. So I think the chances are we're done above 4,600 for today. At least for the next hour or so, unless they build it back up. Feeling better today. You're on fire. And the MM's gonna hedge with futures, right? So if the MM's bid is moving short, they're gonna be selling futures contracts. If the chart spells out two M's at the end of the day, I'm done trading forever. No, I didn't roll up and out on the Apple spread. I closed the Apple spread today. I'm thinking about reopening it. I opened GME spreads yesterday, which are doing okay, I guess. GME's pretty liquid. We'll do better after the calls fall off today. The rest of the weeklies. What are you expecting to happen to the Japan carry trade? I expect it to break down. I don't know how much time that's going to take, but I expect it to break down. It could break down very quickly. It could break down slowly over a long period of time. We'll see the approach that Japan takes. Yeah, it's better than buying puts on GME. At least historically. Puts on GME don't pay very well. How much can they sell before they start making all of the strikes above 45.50 long vol for the MM? Well, it's a good question. When does this get really bearish? If we fail 85, it gets pretty bearish for the rest of the day. But we're not there yet. So bounce at 85 all day? We could, yeah. Or we could just continue down. We're kind of just sitting on futures 45.90 right now. If that gives next support's 45.80, which is like roughly 45.78, 45.75. So this could just break down. Remember, all the puts they just sold at the top are right here. So that's not a particularly good look. Are you selling CCs on GME to be honest? Not yet, I haven't. But I probably will. That's the first time you ever told me good question. I did it, boys. I could die in peace. They know selling puts above 45.99 is a bad idea? Maybe not. I mean, not all participants are as informed as others, right? They have the options data you have plus more. No, not necessarily. Some might, others might not. I don't think you can. I mean, you should assume that they have all the data you do, but it's probably a bad assumption. Are you implying the pickle jar is more informed than some hedgies? Hedgies maybe not, but asset managers probably. I'm gonna try for it again. Hold on. Let me see if we're getting fresh new pumpies. A little bit. Much smaller than the prior pumpies. What do you think the push is to get it up high? This high? Like, do they have that many bags to unload? Yes. It's like 70 or 80% of the puts on the chain are sold. So more downs on SPX or not? I mean, they're pumping again here, so at least for now, retest 90, maybe retest 4600. Right now, it looks like 90 is kind of the resistance, though. No, I think Beyond's pretty done for the day. If it holds the put wall, I'll be surprised. I was looking at the tags you have for the stream and clicked ASMR thinking it was a ticker. Why the fuck is that a tag? Sometimes I eat my lunch on stream. People are into that sexually, of course. The big question for the overall market is why buy in here again just to get rejected again? It's definitely an interesting dynamic. Tag mukbang. If you could chew a little closer to the microphone, that would be great. Also, the popping noises. True. I love you, but I always leave when you start to eat. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I've got to eat sometimes. Usually I don't, but sometimes I do. You want me to sit here for 7 hours? It's going to be a part of it. The bond vigilantes in the room with us now. Bonds are moving up. SLD starts on the 13th? Yes. The day of the Fed meeting. I just think that eating on stream scares away the filthy casuals. Siri borrow rate is still rising. Yep. Are you still sick? Extremely. Yeah, it's actually worse. It's only gotten worse. My fever's incrementally gone up every day for like 7 days now. And now I'm getting like sinus headaches, which is really fun. I don't know what the fuck I have, but I've had it for like 4 weeks. Oh, YouTube Lube's fucking puts finally printed. And boom goes the dynamite. Losing 85 is pretty bearish. This is such a weird situation, but I think I'm 100% right about how I'm interpreting it. So where can this fall to, I guess, is the next big question, right? Hmm. All right. So I would say that yes, 75 is possible. From a net perspective, 70 is defended. And things are getting slightly more bearish. 50 cents on. That's pretty good. Recovery there. So this bounce isn't that relevant. I think I'm gonna put a stop. Let's go down to like 350. Oh, oh. Oh. Can they turn this around? Slowly. Is this the low? Maybe not yet. Okay, so there's still a little bit of range to the downside. I think over the rest of the day, this doesn't look particularly bullish, but we could, in the short term, I think we could bounce back to like 85, 80. They're trying to get us back to 85 if they can. I'm not really sure that's working out. There seems to be there's a lot of calls selling off still. CRSP just got USDA FDA approval for its treatment of sickle cell. Good news, and the stock is being shorted hard. Ooh, yeah. That could be fun. Or, it's largely priced in. Yeah, it could be shorts getting ready to get out. It could be because it's a multi-stage approval, right? They're still waiting on approval for the transfusion based one. So that's something I would be cautious of just blindly going long here, but it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, definitely like a high risk, high reward scenario. Losing 10% on good news seems like shorts are scared. Yeah, yeah, it does. Or, short the news, right? Because the price of the stock has already gone up 60% on the rumor. If you take out the swings from the auto manufacturer strike, employment slowed from 262,000 in September to 182,000 in October, 196K in November. Yeah. What about beyond 10 C's out? I know you said you'd buy back on Monday, but it's smart to maintain exposure. Only a few contracts. You can. I just didn't want to roll out into the more illiquid shit until next week. And we're getting past the ETF FTD like covering window, which means that generally there's not going to be a lot of action on like those over short mid and small caps until after like OPEX. Trade spotting bull thesis on Gmail is pretty good. It might be worth a listen. I've already heard it. I'm alright. Thanks. I bought back my sold CC for CRSP on this drop. I bought my sold CC for CRISPR on the drop. Okay. Smart. Yields are still rocketing. 5 years up 3% today, right now. Dude, I wonder if they're leveraging up the carry trade now because they think Bank of Japan's going to be softer on rate increases due to their horrible GDP last night. If you hypothetically had 45.95p with break even at 45.90 that you had to toe ring, how would you feel about it? You don't have to toe ring anything. You can always sell an option against it and lock in the profits. You'll limit the overall profitability, but you don't have to toe ring it. This one's I don't know if this one's gonna break down, but it's getting kind of close to one. Toe ring. It's just like holding your cash settled contracts into close. I don't know why we called it that, but it's amazing. I can't imagine how confused someone would be with you stating that you're going to toe ring gang something because gold. I can't imagine the amount of people who don't know what toe ring is and think it's a strategy. It's more than one. 45.90 a possibility. Mm, I mean, yes, but it doesn't look good right now. They're still trying to defend. They're still trying to defend like 80 here, right? And get us back to where we're a little more stable at 85. They just failed that. Um, they very well might fail it again, actually. A lower high here is not good for them. If we fall below 80, it can move down. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to move a lot below 75 though. 75 is pretty well defended. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if the win here would be to get it back to 85.90. But the way puts are positioned right now, any failure is going to drag down. Need enough room for the gap to fill. That looks like it's about bottomed out. That has a long way to go down. So with violent, I don't think there's any violent angry downs. I think we could grind down to 75. Add it as a tag. Probably not a bad idea to remind our friends if today plays out like a lot of days lately, we're gonna chop here hard here, but the rest of today. So don't get chopped up in even medium term out of the money contracts. Yeah. Oh. Love you too, Windmill. Love how VIX is continuing to drop. Yeah, you just keep selling puts, right? You gotta keep selling puts. You can't let VIX go up when you've just sold the entirety of the SPX options chain below VIX 12. Well, that's a good bounce. Could fuck with it. The IV is fucking insane. There's no volume. Sorry. Hmm. Where did that go? Mm. Stop loss hunt? Popcorn told me selling options is illegal. Why no jail for put sellers? Jesus Christ. Win VIX 10? Is that even possible? That's pretty hard to pull off. You still have Palantir puts for Jan, yeah. Is there a way to check the tips on CRISPR? Yes, but I'd have to set them up, which I don't have them. Give me a minute. I can do it kind of quickly. Huh. Art, huh? I don't think CRISPR's in like a short squeeze type of situation though. Hmm. Well, from a cursory look, I can tell you that it's they're using some ETF liquidity to short, so they're shorting it. Liquidity isn't an issue though, so I don't know really how helpful this is going to be. Maybe I should just look at this. I'd say that the outcome would probably be bullish, but I don't know about like the 0 DTE. That's where it's kind of tricky. Might be worth it. Hmm. The spreads are really bad too. um, they haven't quite finished pushing the long side here on SPX yet. Fed fund futures dropped a cut. I guess we could say that the bear flag's already broken down here, right? So let's move this out because that's bullshit at this point. It seems like they're having a hard time getting it up. Maybe. Yeah. Do you like Big L? Excuse you? Do you think JPOW is likely to reference today's robust employment data next week at the end of the Fed meeting? Maybe tip the tone of things more hawkish. It's kind of hard to ignore, I'd imagine. Greatest game of musical chairs. All of us listening to the music. Thanks for teaching me to be less degenerate, yada yada. No problem, man. Fuck this, I'm out for today. I hope it plays out better than yesterday. Me too. So far, it's been far better. I know this guy Yuri who works at CRISPR. Oh yeah? Is he buying 0 DTEs on it today? Because I'd like to know. My fixie calls just jumped 42%. Cool. CNBC says the labor market is entirely strong. It's just the spreads, by the way. CNBC says the labor market is entirely strong with all the vendors of women workers who are working for half the price of an American dollar. I can see why this is happening. Also, Venezuelan workers. I see. That broke down, but they're still fighting for 80. They're starting to defend it more heavily too. I would say overall flows are just flat. So the downside might have a little bit of edge here, but they're pretty even. We may just not move a lot. I'm out of my Tesla puts. Nice. Still in beyond debit spreads. 9,950. Could be a huge mistake. Could be. Yeah. It would appear there's some demand for $70 fixie contracts. Wide eyes, wink, wink. A little bit, yeah. There's a little bit of demand for them. Amazon still looks okay. Meta's doing alright. So some of the Mag 7's still propping shit up. Nvidia doesn't look that hot. This is double top on SPX. Yeah, on the like the 1 hour. I'm still holding Tesla 240p. I learned my lesson attempting to trade chop. Fair enough. I'm not gonna argue that. Well, yesterday was awful. There was just no give or take. God damn it. If we lose 80 here, how far do we go down? Well, I guess I'll lock in profits. Some. God, they're still shit though. I mean, I want a test of 75. I don't know if I'll get it though. I don't know if we get a test of 75. Is Vega gonna just ramp up? That's a lot better. Almost. Vic's frozen? Yeah, Vix isn't doing much. What do you got? Is this just like a meme? Oh, okay. I'll take a look at it later. My coworker said, I hope you used AI to do this. I think this is a trap. I'm not admitting it. 4,600 like 85 or 90 again. If you want a good idea of what the current situation looks like, it's kind of like this. This is what bulls are doing. So maybe you have a better understanding now. It seems like holding above their Vega risk is more in the hands of the rest of the market than their own. How does the risk department allow a position to stay open when they can't hedge or manipulate? I'm not sure that they're aware that they can't yet. They did get above Vega neutral and then sell a giant pile of puts. So someone's an idiot. There's at least one slow kid on the bus. What? Wearing a fancy suits and gainfully employed helping their local council? Are you trying to make us feel bad? Is Tup done for? No, they haven't even covered anything on it. But they've managed to short it back again, so it might not run right now. It's like a lot of shorting for the price not changing at all. I'm not really sure what the fuck is going on with Tup, if I'm going to be completely honest. They're shorting the fuck out of it, but the price isn't going down. Beyond's being shorted, yeah. Heavily, also. I would not carry Beyond into the weekend. It's extremely risky. They may not cover anything else until after OPEX. The FTDs that are on it fall off pretty hard from today through the 15th, I believe. And then they pick up again. It's either the 13th or the 15th. Let me double check. They pick up again on the 13th. They're not terrible on Monday. And then I actually don't know how they look beyond the 21st. Is CRISPR still in the S&P? That looks pretty good. Pushed to 90. I may be bad at trading, but at least I get free carpenter pencils from the hardware store. I call them Gherk pencils because they're for people that don't make mistakes. Because they don't have erasers. You could just you could get an eraser, you know. Will you carry Tup over the weekend? That's a good question. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. No, I'm not gonna. What about January Beyond calls? I don't know. I don't have anything that far out. They were way too illiquid at the out of the money strikes. After a push to 90, what do you think? Well, I think bulls should just keep selling more vol. Personally. Chop here at 90 for 2 hours, and then maybe test 4580 for 4600. I mean, this can just fail again. There's still a ramp to the downside. There wasn't a lot of put capitulation on that push up. But if we get above 90, then we can stabilize between 90 and 4600. If we stay below 90, I don't think we'll stabilize. We'll just fail and drop again. So let's see if they're successful getting 90. They're still pushing for it. Nobody's given up. Is Beyond dead? I don't think they'll cover anymore after today till next week. So what you'd be looking for on Beyond now is to see if it stabilizes between $8 and $9 through SLD. Chop here at 90 for 2 hours, then test 4580. 4600. Both of those are possible. Back to 75, only if this fails. I can't wait to meet up with everyone at the airport hangar for secret DDS DD. You know, I fucked up DDS. Which it's arguably been a while since I've done, but yeah, I got out of the DDS at fucking like 346, and it's just kept going up since then. Profits are profits. Yeah, yeah. If anybody wants the DDS DD, there it is. It's the most repeatable meme stack. Okay, we tap 90. So we can stabilize here 90 to 4600. What'd you do to DDS? I bought like a 1,500 shares at the bottom and then sold them. I will cry if we do that. Better go grab a box of tissues. It almost feels silly not to pick up longer dated puts here. But how much longer dated? That's the question. What are Tesla's support levels? I can't wait for it to dump. I'm not shorting Tesla till it falls under 230, but 241 to like 232 hasn't been terrible. Like 41 to 35, 32 has been okay. I don't like it because it's still like positive gamma. So you're just like you're buying puts for the grind instead of it just dropping. I still think puts on Tesla are way better below 230, but I'm just synth short here out to June. Yeah, that's not bad. That's some goods. Show me. Nice. You know what they should do, Dork? They should sell more. Can this fail still? Yeah. Yeah, it can. It depends on how greedy they get. If they just try to hold it here, they can keep it here for the rest of the day. Oh, excuse me. They can keep it here for the rest of the day, but if it starts to if they want to go higher, it can fail. So we'll see what they do. Beyond calls sim like caca. I'm just walking away from it till like next week or so. Like the supportive flows from Reg Show are gonna fall off a bit over the next like couple days, and then they should pick back up again. No. I sold my calls at 45.85. Who can I ask for my money back? The market maker? How much will I regret buying Jan 5 4590p? I don't know. What's your price target? Your 88 coins are pumping, Gurk? Nice. I have so many thanks to my proof of stake. Ooh, you know what? I should check my Coinbase. I haven't looked at that shit in like 2 years. Hold on. Oh shit. Holy fuck. Gaff, remember all that Solana I bought? Well, son of a bitch. I'm gonna sell all that right now. Huh. I'm a fancy boy. There's not even a notification for that. The Cardano doesn't look good, though. It was a good day. Dork, we should go out to dinner and celebrate. I have a better idea. Has anybody tried asking Dolly to draw the SPX chart for the day? No. It's not a mill, but I bought like 1,000 Solana at $13, which is kind of cool. I think it was when I sold the Algorand I had at the bottom, of course. I made bank on LRC back in the day. Yeah, I did pretty good on LRC too. Everyone else, like most people, just held it though. I don't know why. It's like some 20-cent shitcoin that went to $5, and everyone's like, "I'm gonna keep this forever." When would you consider buying long-dated Delta SPX puts? Maybe when we fall below gamma neutral. You made more than my salary in a forgotten wallet. Investor. I have to pay fees for selling it. I have 500,000 Luna. Is it up? I don't know how to sell it. Up? It doesn't even exist. You're not supposed to just trade crypto. I wasn't. I was a long-term investor. I bought that Solana like a year and a half ago. Gaff told me not to do it. He was like, "I don't know, man. Solana's kind of shit. It's just super centralized." And then he said some other gaff things about price and monetary horseshit. Centralized? Where do I buy? I feel like CRISPR really wants to break up, but it's going to close today at 65.47. What date was your straddle for today? I got wrecked, and I'm working through what I could have done better. 45.85 for 12.11. I didn't make that much on it. I made like 6%. I got stopped out of the call at 4600, or the put at 4600, and then I sold the call like at the top. Ooh, still going up. God, how long has it been since I've logged into this? I need to send them a photo of my fucking ID? Bullshit. Sorry, one second. I have to tag Gaff for the crypto channel with my balance. Ah, what's everyone doing in here? Yeah, gross. I'm gonna DM him. You doing crypto now? No, not anymore. SPX looks like it's stuck in between 4590 and 4600 for the rest of our lives, possibly. Bingo. How you doing, Boston Consulting Group? Jesus Christ, these GameStop fucking nerds are the worst. Oh, fucking J Fresh. Why are you starting with him? I thought you should know that the A&E novelty dong underpants were delivered. Oh, okay, awesome. The slow crawl is the wrong way. We're supposed to head to 75, not 0. We did test, well, we kind of tested 75. 82,000 volume on the 4600C. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm about to sell some of those too. I'm not gonna let everybody else have all the fun. You know, there's an SPX corporation whose ticker is SPXC. There are points where on the Funko doll, the GameStop nerds touched you. Try touching me everywhere. They're posting shit from like the Discord, like me saying I'm gonna short every stock that Ryan Cohen touches, and like they're like taking screenshots of putting it online. Like I fucking care. Is that Jerome Powell's SPX holding company? It might be. Huh. So it's 90. Hmm. 90, 600, 1080. So you gotta close between 87 and 603. That's not too bad. We just pick 95. Make it a butterfly. Butter. Hmm. What's less fun? Win downs. Not probably not again today. We're right in the pocket, and there's nowhere to go. Okay, I don't understand that. Why is the market price not the same? Should I make it all? Oh, I see what's going on here. That's an iron butterfly. That's an iron butterfly. There we go. Ooh. Hmm. So between 88 and 601. I could do a 5-wide condor. Interesting. I'll wait. You mentioned shorting everything RC touches. Are you available for an interview? That's all trash, Dan. Should I give Super Sankers clips of you with your shirt off? You could. Drive up my OnlyFans revenue, so yeah. I wouldn't mind the free advertising. Dumb question. I'm sure you do. You do much swing trading on shares? Not very often. No. I usually just play options. Sometimes I'll buy shares for hedging and stuff. Sold half of the CRISPR 1 DT calls on a bump for 2x. All daily left are house money. Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking if it breaks VWAP here, it's going to go back to like 73. So might be able to pick up some sweet change on that one. The Bulls can't seriously fucking lose 90, right? Okay. Is Tesla gonna make me happy? I don't know. I didn't say VIX was gonna hit 1273, new all-time high. I hope we get one of those wild end-of-day breakdowns. Me too, man. Ooh, look at CRISPR go. Okay, I should probably set a stop on these now. That's ridiculous. 250? Let's go 275. What the fuck's the market price? Whatever, I'll just sell one at 325. I'd be thrilled if the Bulls lose 90. That'd be cool. I don't know if they will. Yeah, breaking VWAP. Not hasn't broken it completely yet. Let's for the rest of the day climbing to 4606. No, I don't think so. Hey, holy shit, someone bought it. Look at that. Haha. Maybe we should get like, well, I want to sell the Condor still. 85.90, 80.85, 10 wide. 95, 605, 96. Hmm. Getting a little weird. Yeah, it's not that weird. How's NASDAQ looking at today? I don't know. 92.90. Also probably pretty range bound. Do you think here would be a good spot to enter if enters? You want to get yen futures? Um, it's a little pricey. If yields turn back up, a dollar is already going up. Yen may drop a bit before the 18th, so you might get a better entry. You might not, but you might. If you're buying enough time on them, then it may not matter. Can we still go 45.75? We did. We did that already. Did you miss it? We did the low test. We could again if we fail 90, but if we don't fail 90, it's not going to happen. It's a doggy dog world. Turtle got his head slapped. Fixie got into a few Jan 1965s. Ready for liftoff whenever you are. You're not really playing the long-term play there, huh? Just hoping Yuta goes balls to the wall December 18th. Could be fun. Do you have any upstart calls? No. Where do you see SPX at for Jan OPEX? Hmm. Good question. I think it'll depend on the Fed and the dot plot, but we'll know that next week. I don't know if you're playing a secondary Greek with those March 100s, but you can get 70/72s for March on Fixie for 15 cents. I don't have any 100s on Fixie. I have 70s and 75s. I don't even like Fixie that much. It's fucking illiquid, shitty ETF. Are you gonna straddle JPOW next week? Yeah. I mean, you should straddle most nights. I had it for an hour, and you guys decided to let the market bounce. Well, it wasn't like a unanimous decision, but dude, we weren't supposed to go back up. Yeah, we were. When we bounced at 75, I was like, they're gonna try to push this to 90, and then we're gonna sit between 90 and 4600 all day. And then you're like, don't tell me that. Why are you lying to me? And then that's what we're doing. Hey, Lugs. I didn't say that. I was in a meeting till now. You're never in meetings. You going in a room by yourself with your cell phone isn't a meeting. I keep popping. Yes, it is. I keep popping in and out. All I can say is I'm glad I didn't attempt to trade this. It wasn't that bad. Hold on 1 second. we still trading between 45, 95? Okay, yeah, we are. Cool. So nothing's changed. This price action is exhilarating. The market maker just doesn't have to do anything here. There's no volume anywhere. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Downs the rest of the day, please. Probably not. Frankly, probably not anything for the rest of the day. Mm. The spreads on the CRISPR calls are really wide. I got rid of one earlier for 330, and I probably should have just sold both. Thoughts on Fixie Leaps, Jan 25, 75C? Liquidity's not so great on those, right? I mean, just make sure you don't get fucked on the spread. Jesus Christ, that's what it spiked to again? 3 something? Oh, okay. Weird. Like, intrinsic on it right now is only 50 cents. I think I'm probably going to cut the second one. Mm. What are you eating? Egg rolls. Okay, someone bought that off me for $1.50. Cool. Where's GME? Twitter people are making me want to short this even harder. Actually. Hmm. There's such a huge ramp up. To what? To 4,600? Eh. You mean on that? We better figure out how to squeeze them without selling puts. With all this bearish data, why is no participant coming in to buy a lot of puts to turn this around? Are they just on the sidelines waiting for the bulls to pull their own rug? And puts just keep getting cheaper. Why buy them? I mean, that's kind of always a thing, right? With all the bearish data, is Fubo actually looking good today? It was looking alright earlier. I haven't looked at it for like a couple hours, but it's holding its own. It's not being that heavily shorted. They're shorting it a little bit though. I would say that the goal here over time is to pare it back below $3. Maybe next week. I'm not even sure if we're gonna tap 4,600. You were with me, Doc. Am I gonna have to remove this leg? Are you complaining about your 45 data expiry puts? No, my leg fell asleep. Just walk around. 45.80 end of day. Not with current positioning. Although if there's some profit taking on the call side, maybe. There's a gap at 4,675, or am I wrong? Yeah, 58 to 75. I don't think it matters that much. Bulls don't take profit like bears, though. Yeah, they do. No, they do when they realize there's no more upside. Red candle, right? Red candle, scare bull. Be careful. I'm about to buy a 0 DTE Pooty Toot. Oh, for the sharp ride back to 45.90. 125. Nice. Why isn't my order filling? 40. Okay. So the Fed's no rate change, are we going to experience down or up? It'll depend on their projections, right? Like no one expects the Fed to raise rates. That's it's kind of a foregone conclusion. That that's not happening. Trying to hear if the cat's getting into shit. So, given the fact that the Fed's not going to raise rates, participants are going to be looking towards the dot plot and the Fed's projection. Right now, yeah, as of yesterday, we were pricing in 5 rate drops through 2024. Today's data dropped one of those, the March rate cut. So now we're out to April. The Fed dot plot can cut them all, which puts us back to where we were back in, the beginning of November, end of October. Those buttheads are selling more puts. Wow. They don't have a choice, man. You can't let VIX go up. If they keep moving the goalpost, it's going to break. Yep. 1250 VIX, though. I know. But all the options they've sold for the last 2 weeks have been with VIX under 13, right? So it's really important that vol doesn't rise. Where are they selling puts at currently? I have no idea. I don't really want to go look. Somewhere 23 to 30 days from now, probably out of the money. What happens when VIX goes up? The realized losses on all those puts goes up. Well, the unrealized losses on all those puts goes up. Someone's selling calls right now too. Man, I really should have sold some 30 GT Iron Condors and fucked off for the past month. Sometimes that's the way to do it. Top getting mildly spicier? I don't know. Is it? A little bit, yeah. A little bit spicier. I still don't think there's any covering coming in today, but sure. It's really not changing the liquidity situation, though. Like, TUP's becoming more illiquid. And that's awkward. Like, it's quickly becoming more illiquid. But the price isn't changing? I suppose that's a good sign. What would it take to punt VIX back up? Something scary happening. I think Lulu shit the bed on earnings and everyone played the recovery. What delta do you use for monthly condors? Ooh, that depends. That depends on realized vol. Let's see, what did I sell? I sold one today. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, bum. Delta. Point 3.4. I'm actually selling 0.48 on the lower end. Yeah, I sold 0.48 on the low end. On the call side. And then 0.11 on the put side. Although I think I fucked that up. I was supposed to sell 0.44. Eh, whatever. We're going to break down in the next 30 minutes. Are we going to rip for power hour? I thought I was really clear about this. If we ended up between 45.90 and 4600, we were probably going to stay there all day. Well, nothing in the data says that they should continue hiking. Nothing in the data says they should cut rates either, though. That seems to be the part that the broad participants are missing. There seems to be this assumption that if the Fed's not hiking, they're cutting, and I don't think that's going to be true. Behind the credit spread? Well, I don't have any GME shares in this account, so I can't sell a covered call. The put selling issue doesn't really flush out. Yeah. To get the put selling issue to stabilize, you'd have to let the markets drop and get rid of some of the insane number of sold puts on the chain. I mean, every day there's a little decay, but that's not very much, right? That only gives you like a couple dollars more range each day. If JPAC could sternly say, guys, we're not cutting rates in 2024, that would be cool. That's literally what they said last time. Like the majority of participants said no rate cuts until the end of 2024. More sternly? I don't know how more. How much? I mean, that's what the dot plot will do, right? It'll re-emphasize that. Ideally, yeah. Beyond's still on Reg Show, but the flows from Reg Show covering are gonna slow over the next few days. Oh, fucking Christ, Dork! This is so boring. You know the worst part of today? They won't sell me my GME spreads for a penny more. Maybe it'll bounce again. You know what? I'll just wait and see if it bounces back above 16 again. Like, hey, motherfuckers, listen, no cuts. That'd be great. JPAD just gets on the podium. He's like, I'm closing the fucking door on cuts. And then walks off. Why can't bears counter sold puts with an equal amount of sold calls? But I mean, they do that. Although call selling's not inherently bearish. How are we looking for MOASS on SPX? SPX looks like it's going to trade between 45.90 and 4600 all day. Who are these dipshits? Is there a reference for learning how to choose strikes on monthly condors, etc.? You just use fucking TA and figure out the range. It's not that hard. You want to backtest different deltas? Go right ahead. I don't know, but they all have a whale emoji after their name on Discord. Gaff, you're here. Listen. Remember when I was like, I'm gonna buy Solana at 12? I did. It's up. I just checked my Coinbase today. I made money. Boom. Now I can finally buy more Cardano. You gotta do yoga or something at night before tweeting. Not saying you're wrong, but it's funny imagining you fuming at your feed. I'm not even angry. These people are just dipshits. Like, it's just like a string of one fucking dirty mouth-breathing moron after another. All of them with their, like, canned responses. None of them know fucking their ass from their elbow when it comes to finance, right? But occasionally it's fun to fuck with them all. %80 of them are just trying to get attention, which is, you know, fine. The rest of them are moving one line on GME every month, you know, and being like, ah, man, when this hedgy wall of doom breaks. Yeah, it's like cathartic. It's cathartic fighting with them. JPOW should start his speech with, I would like to remind everyone the Fed always over tightens and stop asking questions about 2024 rate cut. Not happening. I'll ban the next person who asks. Why are you talking about the quants like this? You know what it reminds me of? Have you guys ever seen that video of the, you know what? Hold on. I've got it right here. This should sum up, I think this will sum up everything about me posting shit on Twitter about GME. No, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Although, also fitting.
It feels fucking good, you and your small dick and your pussy way of killing animals, and it feels good for you to feel all the blood on your face and all the blood on your hands. It feels good with your small dick. Go.
Well, I have new material, thanks. I found a new kink. Everyone in that video is an idiot. I know. I was sitting here wondering what ad YouTube gave me. What brought that on? Oh, that's me fighting with super stonkers on Twitter. Gives me hope. Congrats on the win. Crypto always goes up, but Sol is a great short play that is destined to collapse hard, so don't sit on it too long. It will go down badly. Cardano for life, shill pickle. Yeah, but that's what you told me when I bought it at $12. You were like, it's centralized and it's never going to be better than Visa. And I was like, well, and then I bought some, and now I can use it to buy more Cardano, which is apparently the way. At least that's what I got from you. Average down March 340p or add 350p to the Vega play. I don't know. Which one do you want to do? I didn't tell you not to buy it. I just said watch your risk because it's flimsy as fuck. It's the same thing. Somebody you sold, bro, he'll buy back at 20. He'll buy back at fucking 5. Actually, no, I won't. I don't want Ryan Cohen managing my money. Fuck that. This dude, that's the dude that bought Baba at 115. That's the guy who didn't read any of the 10 Qs from BBBY before he invested millions of dollars into it and didn't know they were doing a share buyback. And now he's embroiled in a legal battle because he owned more than 10%. Yeah, I'll pass. So many events in 2023 should have derailed SPX, but nothing could. SPX is truly invincible due to Mag 7 manipulations. It's still cheaper than it was in 2021. I'm as passionate about RC and GME as I am Top. You're acting like I'm not sitting on Sol right now, too. Cardano's the way, but it isn't nearly as fun at the moment. I don't know. I saw the Cardano founder doing hot take interviews on YouTube. He's really got a mission. You gonna buy any more Vega plays for SPX? Yeah, maybe. Where's VIX going, Papa Gork? It's at 1247. RC is the greatest trader of our generation. No. It's definitely DFV. He bought before RC did. Yeah, I still have some GME left. Not a lot, but like 5% of what I had. I'll sell you my Cardano gap. I'm down 99.8%. This is the feeling that if stocks ever pull back 200 BPS, it's just going to crash. Well, this is how crashes happen. Too many people one side of the trade. RC's position make the news at 115? His position was 6 months earlier. I don't think that's a win. DV timed everything perfectly, including walking away. It can be a bit of a blowhard. It doesn't change the validity of the tech behind the blockchain. Cardano is the way because of resilience and the long space. Well, we'll find out. It's not like I can do anything else with the Cardano I own. Aren't all of Cohen's plays just him copying other famous investors? Like he bought Apple because of Buffett. He bought Baba because of Munger. He bought GME because of Burry. Like JPEG can clearly move the market, yet it seems like he's allowed the market to ignore him. He has been dovish the last few meetings. Is it possible he's happy with the current market performance? I mean, it's possible he doesn't have to do anything other than what he's already done, right? Like, I mean, the long term effect of him raising rates will have it will have consequences. That's probably the ultimate fear for the bull case is he just doesn't do anything for another year, right? Pretty sure DMV's lawyer timed him walking away perfectly. Yeah. Did RC buy Google? I thought he bought Wells, Apple, GME, then Bobby, then Nordstrom's. No, Baba Nordstrom was. Aren't all of your ideas just copying Buffett? Are you in a lawsuit over the whole buy low, sell high mantra? I said it first. You're just a big, a big fake pickle, man. Admit it. It's not my fault that buy low, sell high is the most um, successful stock approach in the history of the financial markets. You can't just own that. Although it is kind of funny that every like big finance like Graham and Lynch and Buffett, they all had a different way of saying the same thing. Does that mean SEX can keep going or stay flat until rate cuts in 2024, 2025? I mean, right now the market's price. One of the reasons the market is up is because it's pricing in like 4 rate cuts next year. If those aren't happening, it needs to price that in, and that'll be bad because then it'll need to start pricing in a recession. I just want to get Triton on the DDS board so that Ryan buys DDS. And wait till it gets low, right? Like, don't talk about it now. It's like 375 a share right now. It's ridiculous. He made a ton of money on Bobby. How can you call that a bad trade? And the only reason he made a ton of money on Bobby was because of retail. He wouldn't have made any money on Bobby otherwise. Retail built the fucking out of the money call interest that he ultimately scalped to walk away with his money and his profits. Leaving them in the dust, right? After he bought into the stock and then tweeted about it and how great it fucking was and how they were going to change things. But he didn't make a ton of money because of his investment. He just got lucky, right? He got lucky that retail bailed him out of his shit investment. It's not a biased way to evaluate the situation. He had no thesis. He didn't even know they were doing a fucking share buyback. To be fair, that's how he made a ton of money on GME as well, just with more initial risk. So it's basically the same strategy, less risk. A real investor for the people. Yeah, right? Allegedly, he didn't know. I mean, he really obviously didn't know, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold his 10% stake in the company and triggered legal action. He also said he wasn't aware of it. Isn't this in the court documents? Every fucking dipshit in the Bobby Discord on my channel knew that they were affecting a fucking share buyback. He's gonna CSP $1 billion into Tesla to wheel Tesla for 1 to 2% a week, covering all SG&A costs. Brilliant strategy. Yeah, until Tesla drops $100 overnight. He's gonna buy Chewy? Why? So we can have 2 unprofitable companies? I don't know where the fuck these people come from. Get your head out of your ass. Why is JFresh posting bearish shit? Nothing bearish can happen. Rolled GME CCs down and out. Baby's first in the money CCs. Diamond paper hands. Nice. Enjoy scalping all the profitability off of the DRS shares. Congratulations. Wait, what? I hadn't looked at Chewy until yesterday. Their financials weren't nearly as bad as I assumed by the news articles I had read. Dude, this is the first year they've had any fucking cash flow. Imagine how incredible it'll be when you can walk into one store to buy both cat food and video games. I'm deleting my Amazon account as we speak. I have a really good feeling about Top. How do I go about DRSing my 5 shares so they're safe? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know who their fucking transfer agent is. Go look it up on their website. So much fucking volume on the 0DTE calls. This is so dumb. Well, you got half of the idiots buying them and half the idiots selling them. When VIX 0? There was no mention of a potential acquisition. That's just dipshits on Reddit and Twitter. If you put all of the things that Ryan Cohen has told GME investors into one letter, it'd be 2 sentences long. If you're DRS TUP, they send you a certificate for the shares in a Tupperware container? I don't know. I have a bull thesis for Chewy. Adopt 100 cats, have them breed for 2 years continuously while releasing their offspring into various cities around America. Cat food purchases will drive revenue, but the spay and neuter people are going to be in shambles. Could this drop hot into the end of day or nah? We could drop back to 45.90. And I want an options themed gin and juice parody. Not a potential acquisition by Jimmy, but someone. Oh, someone else can come in and buy the company after the first people that bought it fucking made no money on it. Those are always the best companies to buy. Every Tupperware container can be redeemed for 1 share of Tup. Please take your Tupperware to 10 Water Street, New York, New York, to redeem your shares. Ban the RSS shills. Roaring Kitty would want you to. There's only one of them. He's not that bad. He's just got ideas he wants to talk about, which is fine, right? Those aren't the people. That's not the bad part of Superstonk. The bad part of Superstonk is the people who blindly worship Cohen and fucking talk about their purple circle religion all day. Because their brains are about as dense as a mushroom. Faith-based investing. Pastor coin. There's the one person you need to ban. Darth Dan. God damn it. It's too late now, Roaring Kitty. Have you watched the BBBY Uber driver documentary? I think you'd really enjoy it. No. Having mental problems is not a good reason to have a documentary made about you. Cohen should take the billion and entrust it with a worthy, active investor by the name of Citadel LLC. Yeah. If you know what? If Cohen put all $1.2 billion in Citadel, I'd buy my GME back. What about Sling Blade? Kenny would lose it all on purpose. Worth it. We need to type that out on Discord so they have something to screenshot. They've never had a problem clipping me out of context before. I'm sure they could get it again. My YouTube ad just offered me a platform for practical options education. They're going to have to spice up that vanilla if they want to steal your viewers. Yeah. But have you heard about their latest course? It's 50% off. Let's see what happens at 4,600 this time. The same thing that happened last time. The documentary is called The Meltdown of Reddit's Most Unhinged Investor. You're out, Pickle Man? No, I still have 5% left. Same like. But mostly out, yeah. Feels good. I think my cat is a hedgy plant. She came over to bother me exactly when 4,600 started getting tested. That's really awkward, Dork. I wonder how long till someone tries to sell puts. It's got to happen pretty soon, right? Worth keeping Jan 10C on Beyond if it holds 9 into close. I think they'll short it next week, though. I think because they don't have a lot of covering from Reg Show. I think it'll just get shorted down. So I don't know, risky. You might be right. I might have to buy options back at a higher price, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot of covering over like the next like 4 or 5 days. It amazes me that some people who believe RC is a literal god are the same people that think he's allowing his biggest holding slash risk to be manipulated by some obvious crime. Uh, well, crime is just a way of explaining things they don't understand, right? Like God. As if there were anything to actually fight, he would for some reason not be fighting it. Some god just blindly walking away from all the amazing DD his followers have created for free. DD is a really loose term for the shit that gets written on Super Stunk. Somebody sent me like one about DRS and like why the DRS numbers are flat. And it looked like a bunch of proof, like the whole. It was just a bunch of screenshots of proof that people had been selling their GME over the last year, but they called it something else. They're like, "This is crime." It's like that really just looks like selling, you know. I saw the post on Twitter. Fucking great. I thought you'd like that one. Can you read Goodnight Moon again or explain something complex in the market? I'm having a panic attack, not market related, thankfully. I don't have Goodnight Moon readily available to read. I can't just read Goodnight Moon in the middle of the day, Maeve. Get your shit together. Cold, what is it, like cold water? What stops panic attacks? Someone help her. It's like when flat earthers prove themselves wrong. Yeah. Breathe into a paper bag, alcohol, Xanax. All three of those things? That sounds like a great way to throw up in a paper bag. Don't panic. Perfect solution, TM. Well done. I wasn't muted on Discord, though. That's what matters. So 60 of you know exactly what I said. Well done, guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. How do I rewind Discord? Oh, you can't. If you're not there for it. I just said that they give the computer share gives the numbers to like Deloitte or whatever or whoever the fucking accountants are for GME, and then they just copy and paste them into the fucking earnings report because dipshits DRS'd so many fucking shares that it became materially relevant information. And they have to report it because it's a risk, right? And then we're going to be like, oh, how's it a risk? Because other investors don't want to buy into things that are owned by a bunch of fucking crazy people. Especially crazy people with voting power. Former auditor here. Yep, that about sums it up. So DRS harder. Got it. I mean, yeah. I'm sure that'll work out just great. Why would somebody invest in a company or DRS if they think both of those things are lying about the amount of DRS? It's no, you don't understand, Dave. God, it's not GME that's lying about DRS. It's the DTCC and SCC that are making sure that the real numbers can't be reported, right? Because if the number that's being reported isn't real, then you can keep believing other people are DRSing their shares when really you've trapped yourself inside of a cargo cult in a massive echo chamber. EXR finally back to cost basis. Nice, man. You think it'll continue to run or they'll short it back again? I know I should have averaged down. I like the company. I think they'll do well. I think even at where your cost basis probably is, it's not a bad price. I think most of the shorts that piled in are probably out by now, but you could go through another period of sustained drawdown if the rate situation tightens up and financial conditions get tight again. So if you're going to hold it, be prepared to average down at some point in the future. If you're not, then best of luck to you. Will GME electing RC to have sole power over its cash be in financial textbooks to come? Seems rare and odd. I mean, Buffett has kind of the same deal. Icahn does. I mean, it's kind of turns GME into a closed end fund in a way. which is really strange, right? But honestly, you know what? For super stock, if he just goes out and buys like a bunch of dividend aristocrats, it'll probably be the best investment they'd ever been capable of making anyway. They'll earn, like 3 or 4% a year, something like that. And they'll be super happy in 50 years. What's your opinion of the data earlier? Gurkel Stiltskin. I think the Fed doesn't need to cut rates ever. I don't see any macroeconomic data right now that indicates that the Fed will ever need to cut interest rates again. 5.33 seems sustainable in perpetuity. Don't money markets make more than that? Shh. FSS? What the fuck is FSS? You mean FSR? Fisker? What about it? It's moving up a little bit today. It obviously got super overshorted with earnings. But in defense of the shorts, the company doesn't really make money. They just have a lot of it. Do you know if IWM GM moved? Let me look. $189.83. Is SES going to be headed up at a 30-degree incline until the end of time? No. That's correct, Surfa. Yeah, I don't think the flows from Reg Show covering are going to be very good over the next few days. Fisker, the company that makes garden tools that never breaks, so they have no repeat sales. No, they make cars that light on fire. Well, they look nice though. Could we go down early next week? We could, yeah. If they do get the rate cuts they want, how far can we go? We could just pump until something breaks at that point. Or until rates are actually cut. Cars that light on fire, so plenty of repeat sales. Where do I invest? They're just selling puts. They haven't sold a lot of puts yet. That's why vol is going up. They'll have to sell puts at some point, and then yeah, they'll push the market maker short. Right now they're just incrementally buying calls. Mostly a little bit of put selling. Not a lot. Dixie's kind of doing a little thing. By little thing, do you mean up above 104 again? Federal Signal has had insane growth. Federal Signal Corporation. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've been doing well this year. Since like May. Really well. What do they do? It's like a big beneficiary of the infrastructure bill. And what do you want to know about them? They're at all-time highs. Looks like margins are improving still. They could keep going up. I mean, obviously, technically, it looks great. Looks like EPS is projected to grow over the next few years. Let's see. Cash flows are improving. They're doing okay on their balance sheet. You can check into their. You could dig a little bit more into their liabilities, I guess, but I don't see any issues. So they've got a small dividend that might grow over time. So we don't expect any downside action in the next weeks, months. Oh, I do, but I mean, there's not necessarily any justification for that yet. It'll depend largely on what Powell and Ueda do over the next couple weeks. Those GME 16 CCs I sold for today before earnings turned out to be fire. Rolling them into 15s for next week. Thanks to the education. You got it, Freddy. BYND moving hard. It should pump a little bit into close, but if it doesn't move hard, it's not worth. I wouldn't chase it. Yeah, it's not very impressive. Do you have a time frame for the JPY carry trade to break down? Next quarter, it's already breaking down. It depends on how fast Japan moves to raise rates. That'll determine how fast it needs to break down. But it's well on its way. It's been breaking down since the beginning of November. Steadily. Rug pull into close, please. You want to go back to 45.95? I don't think we dump hard into close. I mean, usually this period's pretty bullish, like before SLD. Can you zoom in on SPX? Sure. Give me a 15-minute till expiration play. I'm feeling degen. Yeah, let's see where we end up here. Hopefully Yoda doesn't make my Japan trip next year more expensive. Yes, that's what he's trying to do. It feels like all this pumping has blown your expectation out of the water. What, my expectation for us to trade between 90 and 4600? We're still well within that at 4602. Not today. Oh, long term? No, I mean, that doesn't change anything. We could go right back to 4100. It's not that far away. If something drops 50%, it has to go back up 100, right? Is it though? Yeah. If I'll make the promise if you can find a way to put me in charge of Japan's monetary policy. Otherwise, no. 4100 end of day. Beyond's getting a little squeezy. No, but there's a little bit of covering. Do you think the dot plot is a game changer? Most members don't think about cutting rates, or is it a mixed bag? We'll see. I don't think the Fed has any intention of cutting rates anytime soon. Inflation's far from under control, and I'm sure they're well aware that healthcare costs are going to come right back and stronger going into next year. So, I mean, you get a couple prints with healthcare costs really low. Everyone gets super bullish, and then healthcare costs go back up when the base effect shifts, and then inflation's right back where it was or higher. Is there any hope of a little higher before we go back to lower ranges? On GME, it doesn't look great. Oh, 4605. Ooh, someone's selling some puts though. Yeah, that was 0 DTE. Tomorrow's expiration? I haven't looked yet. At what point do you start to say this is like the COVID crash? I mean, it's really not like the COVID crash, though. That was way more intense. This is fucking boring. Um, like I think before the COVID crash, it went up like it was like 20%, something like that. 19%. from like October through Feb. Apple actually wicked down here. Someone sold puts again. Dumb fucks. Who was it? Was it Todd? Dork? Did Todd sell puts again? Yeah, he did. Fucking Todd. Every major correction, we get a huge rally beforehand. You want to know why? Because people with money know it's coming. I'm going to give him the Switch. Not the Nintendo product, the Willow Branch. I mean, notionally, we're up like an entire extra SPX from back then. Does Todd get an office as VIX hits 10? I don't know, but they've got to choose now between letting short calls squeeze VIX up by pushing them out, or they sell puts and rug themselves again. Holding an upstart 12.15, 37.0 over the weekend, it's just at break even for me. I don't know. Upstart could run a little more, I guess. A lower high here is not particularly great. Why is everybody buying calls on Upstart above Gamma Max without confirming that Gamma Max is moving up? There's a hedge for my puts. Well, Upstart's at Gamma Max today. GM's well, it started today, Gamma Max. GM's at 35.22. Delta neutrals moved up a little bit over the last 5 days, but not very much. Gamma Max is sliding up, but dealer Delta and Gamma are falling off. So some of this might just be like zero DTE effect more than anything else. I'd be careful with it. I also wouldn't buy puts on Upstart. It's like buying puts on GME. You're gonna get a ton of IV crush. Puts on GME worth it, or just better stocks to short? They're usually not worth it. Usually the rate at which IV crushes ruins the profitability of GME puts. And notionally, like, the range isn't all that great, right? It's only like a few dollars. You can make money on them, but you make a lot more money just selling the vol. If your Vega plays go in the money, would you take your shirt off for Grim 2? I'd think about it. No, Upstart doesn't give a fuck about Gamma Max. It does. I mean, once it's past Gamma Max, something has to drive the price higher, right? And so, you know, by buying calls above Gamma Max on Upstart, you're presuming Upstart's going to short squeeze. But Upstart's not in the same position it was the last time that it actually did squeeze. Shorts got out, they repositioned. They're in at a better cost basis now. There's more liquidity in ETFs than there used to be. Like, Upstart's an IWM. Selling vol requires owning the underlying. If you're a loser without margin, am I one of the losers? You could always get margin. Why before earnings? Why does everyone want to play earnings? Just stay away from earnings. You're going to lose money on it. We need another short squeeze stock like Upstart. SPX? For the last month? Not good enough? Crash next week on Upstart. Yeah, Beyond's running a little bit. What's this 6 weeks of green? I think 5? Is this the 5th week of green? Well, this is the 6th one. Yeah, 6 weeks of green. Cool. It'll be more fun when it ends, right? USD JPY pushing for 145. It's actually recovering pretty well today. Which might be bearish as fuck, right? Does Upstart need rate cuts or just consistency? It needs a consistent credit market. Like, if they know rates are not going down for a year, yeah, it's not bad for them. Their performance will be hindered by tightness, though, in that market. Is it necessarily a good time for in-the-money bear call spreads on Upstart, though? It's risky. It's very illiquid. Yeah, if you're gonna do that, you have to give yourself some theta. Why no margin? Who? That guy? I don't know why he doesn't have margin. Scared of it? Uncomfortable with it? Some people don't like to borrow money. There's a lot of different reasons. Today wasn't, but today it doesn't seem to be. There's so much work done to keep Dixie below 104 while moving USD JPY to 105. Well, dollar's down against the pound and the euro today, so I'm sure that's not helping. But it's up against the yen and the yuan. Is this gonna break down today? It could, yeah. Or is this today a day to walk away? It's been a day to walk away ever since we got back to 45.90. There is a part of me that wants to sell butterflies back at 4,600, but I know it's dumb. Being a bear in this market is terrible, I guess. It was fine. FCX and VIX both rocketing. I hate the stock market. Well, they can't short vol, so they're trying to get liquidity out of the short calls. There's just not a lot of short calls. Will it take a full hour to get back to 75? Or will it happen here quickly? I don't think we're going back to 75. We might go back to 90. And even that's probably not as likely as it's just closing at 4,600. I hope the dude who is selling puts comes back. Which guy? Sorry, I mean 55? Do you have a stop set on your Vega positions? No. Mine got stopped out on the VIX shorting. Oh. Okay. No, I usually just add to them when VIX gets low. This price action looks sickly. It looks like they've stopped selling puts again. Boop, boop, boop. Hey guys, remember to get your scaping done on the clock. It's Friday, and you need to get smooth for the weekend. Thank you for the public service announcement, Baradactyl. Well done. Ugh. Uh-oh. They're selling puts. Ugh. Time to hit 46.15. Someone's gonna need to buy calls there first. I'm tired of only going sideways and up. It's been literally 2 months. To be fair, most of that time we've spent going sideways. I have this horrible sinking feeling that the market's going to ignore the dot plot. Maybe. Then it's just even more fucked, right? No scaping needed. The upward market has caused all the hair to fall out all over my body. Why are so many people incapable of just buying a call? That solves all your market up issues. Just buy like a 7 DTE call. And then when you're break even at the end of the week on your puts, you can just be like, I'm winning. What a position to be in. The win condition is stop selling puts and buy enough calls to squeeze up, right? you could use, theoretically, you could use debit spreads also, but then you'd start to squeeze your own sold calls. So that kind of limits the range also. The biggest problem here is the lack of sold calls. There's not a lot of liquidity. So they're pumping really hard into like a lot of calls that just really aren't there. Most of them are above like 46.25. Like the bigger piles of sold calls. I bought calls. I took profits on calls. Then just relax. This is going to take time. I'm addicted to puts. I can't help it. Believe it or not, I bought a call to hedge almost at the bottom of today's price action. The experience was horrible, but I'm glad I did it. Smart move. I mean, I don't get it. Like, are people either full of shit, A, full of shit, or B, despondent? Why are people that are saying the market's going to like 4,700 or 4,800? Why do they not own calls? Like, if you think that, shouldn't you have acted on it already before talking about it? I told you I was going to complain until 4,400. I know. I'm prepared for you. I got that. Why don't you think SLD will have any downs? If they need to deposit more leverage, then they would need to sell off equities, no? Yeah. But they can fight back against that. We've seen them do it before. They might not be able to now. I didn't say SLD won't have downs, but I mean it's something you should be prepared for. It may not have downs. SLD is just it's a thing that happens on a schedule. It's not a guarantee of market up or down. I don't go back on my word. That's what I appreciate about you. Why is the jobs report being presented as robust when it includes striking workers returning to work? Because that looks robust. I'm gonna complain until 6505p or in the money. Beyond looking like a peener, it looks like it broke above VWAP and it's gonna chop into close. As much as I want to be super bullish on it right now, I think the covering from Reg Show is gonna fall off for a couple days. Do you have a yearly percentage gain goal, or do you evaluate when at the year's end? I don't have like a specific goal. I do target like quarterly performance and adjust as needed. But you know, at this point, most of the money I make every quarter is just coming from income strategies and like dividends and stuff. So it doesn't really vary that much. Most of my variance in income comes from trading. I didn't realize stockouts needed performance goals. Yeah, you gotta hold yourself accountable. I need the stock out to drop this to 45.80. Man, 45.80 is really unlikely. You need almost all the calls on the chain to capitulate that are in the money. Or you need some moron to sell even more Vega than he already did. Excuse me. Oh shit. How are we looking, dork? Awesome. Small chance we see 90. Uh, what fear over the weekend though? Like, what's there to be afraid of over the weekend? JPAD doesn't speak till Wednesday. Just profit taking. They just stop me out. I hate them. They got you with that sick dip buy. Mm. Oh, lame. Jimmy dead. Doesn't look great, does it? Tips are turning back around. Looks like the fun's over. It's made him perfect head and shoulders. I guess on the daily you can wait for like the 20 to fall back under the 60 if you really want to confirm it's over, but it doesn't look great yet. Looks like it's back to $12. Given a few weeks. I just submitted my WeBull margin application, so I can be a winner too. Congratulations. Up until OPEX, then up some more, then up until the wheels on the bus burst into flames. We could drop into OPEX. We'd have to drop pretty hard, but we can drop. Like if we lose 50 to the 45-50 to the downside, this shit's fucked. Gamma max, gamma neutral and delta neutral have been moving closer and closer to the money, so it's all tightening up. Average down Jan puts here, or give up on the market will ever go down again. 4,600 is my risk. Jan puts. You got, what's the DTE on those? Why is everybody just wait until we go below gamma neutral before buying puts? It's so fucking easy. Don't buy puts when we're going up. Stop trying to fade the fucking top. Confirm that the top is done, then buy puts. Alright, so you got what, 42 days to expiration? You're gonna start to experience more theta decay, but it won't be too bad for 12 more days. Do you really think they could drop it to 12 on GME? Why not? We were just at 12. What, do you think something fucking special happened between now and then? And now I'm applying to T2 on Fidelity, so I can sell spreads and be a winner too. Awesome, man. Let me know when you blow up your port. Well, the new port. Because this is the new one today, right? Power hour. Let's crash VIX under 10. Eh. Wonder if Todd's going to come in and sell more puts. So far, no. Someone's buying 4,600 puts, though. Alright, what does Monday's chart look like? Can you define and illustrate confirmation? Wait till we go below fucking gamma neutral. Wait till the market maker's hedge flips. Or you're buying puts against the market, like you're fighting against the market maker right now. Don't do that. It's like fighting the Fed. A little bit of interest up to 625 for Monday. Some put interest at 85 and 75. Curious. Should I buy those back today then? 315. Fucking rejected? Well, Fubo is back above 330. Top's doing okay again. God, I really want to cut that though. I don't think I want to carry that over the weekend. Margin. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a fill on that, am I? Hey, Dork, here's Monday. Oh, what data do we have on Monday? Nothing, right? Monday's a good day to pump. Oh shit, we have a 10-year auction. How much is that for? Mm, 10-year note. No, the next one. Auctions. Upcoming auctions. 10-year, 37 billion. T5, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give T5 a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. You got it, man. What's the end game for the ones selling puts? Hopefully they all expire before the market drops. That's just in. Ryan Cohen is buying HYMC mine. Oh my god. Wait, what? You're not serious, are you? That's not funny, turd. I still have shares I haven't sold. Also, 50 billion in 3-year notes on Monday. Yeah, 13 and 26 weeks. I don't know if the 3-year is going to matter that much. Maybe a little bit. The 10-year is important. Japanese PPI, that'll be interesting. We have Chinese inflation tonight after market close. Then we have CPI next Tuesday. And then we have the Fed meeting. Interesting. No, that's not going to get a fill. time is a good day? I get a day trade back on Monday, so yeah, I could use one here. Chance of seeing pre-COVID crash VIX levels, and that, I mean, I don't know about that, but the average is 16, so over time. Is Fubo finna squart? No, I don't think so. It doesn't look particularly squarty. Although it does kind of look good on the 1 week. Yeah. So you're not wrong, Dork. They are pumping pretty hard, but they're also selling puts. Really not a great idea. I cut beyond till like next week. 4 days or so, probably. Hopefully they didn't cover enough in this period to get it off reg show and it stays on. Is JFresh gonna win this week? Straight line to 4,600. I think it was higher than that. It was a straight line to 4,630. Yes, it was a straight line to 4,630. JFresh will win if we close above 4,600. I'll win if we close below 4,600. Now, crossover day. Well, what day is today now? Today is crossover day plus 1, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, Dork. It's crossover plus 7. Five? No, it's 7. Crossover day was November 30th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6. Sorry, plus 6. That's less exciting. 30 minutes left. I'm not sure there's enough time for this to come down to 45.90. No, probably not. I'd probably just stay at 4,600. Another test. Let me sell one of these fucking things. Yes. There we go. I think a drop to 95 is possible. No. Probably not. We could, I guess we could technically close under 4,600, but I doubt it. Right now, our most likely closing price is just 4,600. That's where all the interest is. Futures is at resistance right here at 46.10. Should drive 3 hours to see Joe Pera in June? Or should I fly to one of his shows in a city outside of the Middle West? Number 2. J Smash said straight line to 46.32.78. Well, that doesn't look like it's happening either. Who's gonna watch the new Studio Ghibli movie this weekend? Well, I wasn't, but now I'm still not. Oh, someone sold some puts again. Why do they keep doing that? That's so silly. I tried getting into his stuff, but just wasn't for me. I triggered a few times, but that's about it. To give my puts hope. Oh, I see. Is there a chance, are the chances of a Black Monday higher than they were last week? With the Fed decision on Wednesday? I doubt it. As far as tail risk, maybe, probably about roughly the same, though. I think, like, total Vega risk is about the same as it was last week. I'm also confused. I thought selling puts usually drove us up. Is something different today? Yeah, so if you sell puts here above 45.99, it pushes the net long puts, and you kind of lose the support of being above gamma neutral. So instead of the market maker buying weakness, they start selling it. Clearly, it's taken them all day to figure this out, and they still haven't quite nailed it. But they're getting there. They're doing a little bit better here. Is the 4,600 put selling problem only for today? Well, that range will move, but it'll stay persistently near the price. The market maker's Vega exposure, DARB. Well, E-mini S&P 500 close above 4610, spot 4605. Yes 8, no 13. Interesting. What would I bet on that? I think I'd bet no. Interesting that they're weighting the yes more heavily. Like, are we that close to 40? Wait, yes is at 4609. I thought the Earth should buy one DTE 391 QQ Cupids for the last 2 hours. Looks like a good choice. Does it? It's time to take up CBOE event contracts. They're just options with a different name. Literally had a big huff and puff about how busy I am at work, and they believed it. Like, I legitimately haven't been on here for huge chunks of my time daily. It's okay. You and everyone else in this stream's dodging their actual job. Holy shit, this is dull. Still quite a lot of puts at 3,600, although I do suspect a large number of them are sold. I'm very surprised I haven't lost my job this year with how useless and uncommitted I am. The surprising thing is how much I buy into it myself as I'm saying it. Jesus Christ. That's a higher high. Ugh. Nope. Don't sell puts. Idiots. There you go. My job is the portfolio hedge. Interesting. Alright. I'm a little mad too. If they fire me, I'd have a few weeks where I could just stare at the chart and with you with full concentration. How do you think your performance would be? Better, worse, same? 4607, we did it. This is the test. This is the big technical test. Yep. We're still 20 cents off. 30 cents off. 4607.78. That's September's high, July's high. There it is. Ugh. Why'd you tell me to close the Upstart call? I didn't. I said it was risky to carry it over the weekend. Can you briefly discuss locking in spread profits on zero DTs? If I have any, I'll let you know about it. Hmm. It's pretty much been up this whole time. Is that the tippy top? Oh, hey, Dork. Yep. $46. 47. If I sell another one. Hmm. How stacked is Monday's 4510? 1.457 million gamma. 1.8. And then 4605 is kind of weak. Hmm. 1.6. Gamma all expirations. Okay, so 4510 is not all that strong. 4610, rather. Woohoo! Zero GT profit taking? 46.10 call interest picked up a lot on the breakout. I can't tell if that's sold or not. It's too late in the day. You're not going to have to worry about 46.10 because after today, we'll never see it again. A hard rejection here would be a double top on the monthly, right? Well, double, yeah. Is your mumbling telling us that there's calls to stay up here on Monday? Yeah. Yeah, there are. There's quite a lot of calls up here. Well, between here and 46.25. Horizon? What about it? It's up like 20%. Damn. Nice. And test it and break through it Monday. Maybe. Ugh. Am I gonna fail more? What a weird fucking upside day. Like, well, the second half of this day was very weird. With their situation, do you think they could keep SAX higher than their Vega risk through FOMC until the Japan decision? Possibly, but they'd have to keep it higher through OPEX as well. I was looking at Horizon. The 10% dividend looks kind of juicy. I owned it for a little while. It was nice. It's got some. There's a write up on it in Pickles Picks. It might be a little pricey right now, but they are thinking of the children, Daniel Supreme. They're thinking they have to pay to raise them. Nice, Johan. This is the worst losing on Fridays. Shit kills your weekend vibe. I thought today was pretty good. I'd be happier if this closes under 46.05, or at least drops under 46.05 once before the end of the day. I suppose I could pull all my risk back right now, but eh. VIX is tuning up a bit. Japan might not do anything. That's possible, yeah. I resolved to just stack cash and make a shopping list when there's fear in the market again. Jimmy was an expensive but valuable lesson for me. I'm glad you picked up something from it. Stop having emotions. Yeah. I kept closing my calls before they made me money. And that's, well, don't do that. Why? It'll be a dovish or hawkish Sunday hot tub stream. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty consigned to holding these levels till at least next Wednesday or through OPEX. This trading thing isn't for me. If we don't get downs after BOJ, I'm done. I'm selling my stake in my business, and I'm going to find a less expensive hobby. I thought you made money today. Didn't you buy calls? Why are you so on edge? Are you sitting on like fucking 1,500 puts at like 45.50 or something? No, it's just infuriating. What is? We've barely moved today. You're like losing your shit because we're, $7 above 4,600. Relax. Things range. Stop painting hard lines in the sand. All right. Don't go chasing waterfalls. You guys were all like this back in fucking July, too. Ugh. The dip buying is unbearable. Here. I'm buying longer dated puts, and the pumpers sell their 0 DTE puts above Vega risk. No. They're just shorting futures. You know what would make good business? Bipolar Bear would be to make back his 90K, making fake tax documents for us to all show our significant others. I'll let him know. Why are they repricing these? My top took my 4605C at a $20 loss that I bought at 5:20 in the morning. This market is regarded. I'm still stuck in a meeting. How you doing, Dork? Did you see the analyst price target of ZOM 132.88? No. That's quite high, though. I just want to go back to normal valuations so I can do some good old-fashioned buy and hold. I miss those days. I just bought a natural gas company that was kind of fun. Well, I bought a little bit of it. Ugh. I literally wasn't wrong. 4600C, we're 235 at open. 12.5, 90 minutes later. Yeah, those are pretty dope. How is this account not blown up by now? It's doing pretty good, actually. Hmm. So I don't need to buy those back. Yeah. 605.10. So happy we're above VM. I can't wait for SPX to be above GM for a month next. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's really a thing. Like it can go above GM on the weekly, but I don't think it can go above GM on the monthly. GM on the monthly, however, is still very far out of the money. That'd be like another $100 move up. What a 4600C pre-market for 6.3, sold it for 8.5. I made $20 today. I didn't think today was that bad. I mean, we expected them to push it up regardless of the data, right? I feel like I said that a bunch. I don't know why, like, Popcorn, why do you think it's going to go down? Specifically on days when I'm like, it's not going down. I feel like you're betting against me. I don't care what you say. The fact that the market is laughing in the face of the Fed is infuriating. So just wait till the Fed says something. I mean, they just get wrecked harder for being idiots, right? Ding ding. Those spreads did really well. I'm glad I got greedy with them. What's the cash settlement on that? 280? Yeah, it's like $1,100. Nice. All right. Anyway, I was happy with that. That's a nice way to end the day. I get it, man. I know it's frustrating, but sometimes you've just gotta just be patient and suffer through the bullshit. That's part of it. It's never gonna do what you want right when you want it to do it. It's especially when you have a macro thesis like that. It can take months, years. Look at fucking like imagine being Burry, right? All of your theses take 10 years to play out. Last 6 weeks we've been suffering through the bullshit. Yeah, but at the same time, just embrace it, right? Like just buy calls and be like, okay, free money, thanks. That's why he's crazy, but crazy accurate though, right? I did. So, I mean, like, are you up over these last few weeks? You should. That should be awesome. That's what you want out of being a trader. You want to make money. You don't need a. You don't need a like a. No. You don't need affirmation. Burry's very rarely wrong. Very, very rarely. More than 6 weeks, 1.5 years. How do you hold calls with Theta with all the risk on the table? Hedge them. They have delta. Hedge their delta off. It's not like the premium's worth the reward, right? It's pretty easy to hedge off delta. Or hedge off your initial cost. And still have the exposure. Nice poopy pants. I just mean psychologically. I mean, I assume that beyond my commentary, people have their own theses about the market and what they think will happen. You have to have confidence in yourself. If you've come to a decision, right? You know, it may take time for people to realize that, but being a trader means that, frequently everyone thinks you're wrong, you look wrong, and then until you're 100% correct. TMV? Oh, nice. Traders are not popular at parties. They're contrarian in nature. Everyone dislikes them. Everyone thinks they're wrong all the time, but they make money being right when everyone thinks they're going to be wrong. And don't get me wrong, I know it's a bitch, but at least you know what the bulls are going to do, right? Like, they're going to sell puts, and they're going to buy calls until they can't sell puts and buy calls anymore, which happened 3 times today. So let them give you their money. I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Popcorn. You'll either figure out how to make that work for you or you won't. But if you don't, it's going to be a rough road. All right. So, closed a little bit above the bull confirmed today and held ES 4605. A little drop from close, which should be roughly around SPX 4600. We are approaching the roll though, so be prepared for that. And this will be quad witching next week. So big deal, big OPEX, lots of shit going on. Right now the situation is that the market makers Vega is positive roughly at the price we're trading at, which means that the tactic of selling puts doesn't work. So bulls at this point, and they have for a while, since we were trading at 45.50, nothing's really changed here except they still need liquidity to push prices higher. And now they can no longer provide that liquidity. So we'll see what happens. I mean, we have some decent sized auctions on Monday. Tuesday we have CPI, and then Wednesday we have the Fed meeting. My expectation is that JPOW is going to do what he always does, and he's gonna hold rates right where they're at, with no intention to drop them, because PCE and core PCE, or super core, are exactly where they were, and they haven't moved at all, despite the market wanting to follow CPI and PPI and get bullish on near term seasonal changes. That does not mean the Fed is going to abandon their goal because bulls want to make money and they don't want to refinance their debt at a higher rate. And there's a very good chance that there's going to be some comeuppance come Wednesday, when that is made clear. If it's not, then Yuda's going to have to do his job for him, because we're exporting our inflation there and destroying their currency, and he needs to stop that from happening. They've already aggressively moved up their timeline from mid to late 2024 to right now. Nikkei News has already reported that they're going to raise rates to a positive rate. So far, all of the rumors discussed by Nikkei News about the Bank of Japan have been 100% true, and any raise in the rate is going to narrow that spread between the yen and the dollar, and thus tighten credit conditions. Even if it's small, even if he doesn't do a lot, that will tighten credit conditions. And credit conditions really aren't in a place right now where they can be tightened. We've already seen them loosen significantly over the last several weeks, and snapping them back to where they were and then tightening them a little more is going to be rough. So yeah, I mean, I still think all this is bullshit. Stop focusing your macro thesis on the price of SPX. The price of SPX is, it's based on company earnings and speculation, and it has very little to do with the real economy. Eventually, over time, they align. I will not. All right. Well, to each their own. Anyway, that's where we're at on SPX. GME, obviously very liquid. Price started coming down today. We should see it drop off a little more as weeklies fall off, and then probably even more as calls bought for OPEX begin to fall off, take profit, or exercise. I don't think there's going to be a lot of call interest left on the GME chain by the end of next week. If there is, I'd be surprised if it stays in with, especially if GME falls back under delta neutral at 14. At which point, the speed at which it is dropping can steepen. Upstart had a little bit of a pump again today, still above Gamma Max, just being fucking weird and getting some covering. It's roughly got like all of its liquidity blown out. They started to short it the other day, and then today the market pumped. So there's a little bit of index exposure there. It's still very illiquid. I wouldn't fuck with it personally, but if you want to keep trying to play it bouncing between Gamma Max and then whatever hypothetical number after Gamma Max, feel free. But yeah, I think that one's risky and it's eventually going to come down. I think it'll definitely come down if the Fed is hawkish. Fubo's kind of staying steady. That's out on the daily. Let me go to the 4-hour. Shorting's continuing. It's definitely not hit peak illiquidity yet. They've kind of just shuffled the liquidity around a bunch without directly shorting it heavily. That might continue. That might actually see some shorting during SLD or a rejection in Russell, which has continued to run and run. Top, still no covering. They're shorting it, but the price isn't going down. I really don't know what their game plan is here. They've got a big pile of obligations they need to clear out. Well, at least relative to Top's float size. They're now no longer affecting the price by shorting. It seems like something's got to give, but maybe not just yet. Possibly OPEX. We'll see how it goes this week. Beyond's kind of the same deal. Little bit less covering coming out of Reg Show day to day for the next, I believe it's 4 days, but I'll double check over the weekend. And then forced FTD covering will pick up again into the end of next week, as long as it stays on Reg Show. If it falls off Reg Show, I wouldn't go anywhere near it, and I probably wouldn't want to touch it if it fell back under 750 either. I think that's about it. We'll go over some of these. Broad commodities fell again today. There's really not a lot of confidence in China's, at least current, stimulus policies. And I think until there's some proof that China's economy is turning around, people aren't going to have a lot of faith in that happening. So we are seeing commodities drop. Dollar up a bit today, but didn't hold 104 into the end of the day. We also saw credit spreads widen out a little bit, and the 10, 20, and 30 move up through most of the day, with the 2 and the 5-year gaining the most ground. Correlation down today, 3-month correlation down. And we've been seeing pumping for 2 days now pretty solidly across the Mag 7. Markets are up, so it's not unexpected. I wouldn't say that the moving correlation's big enough to matter, but it's there nonetheless. The Japan carry trade levered up real hard today. As that bounced back from yen's lows yesterday. And we also, we see the effect of the bond yield curve dropping. And forward yields on volatility are remaining climbing pretty steadily. Not quickly, but steadily. Obviously, shorting vol slows that down a lot. I think that's about it. Looks like skew dumped pretty hard. So still not a lot of demand for tail risk hedge, but a little bit more demand than there was. VIX, no. We got about 77% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. That's about it. I will see you guys Sunday for the member stream at 12:30. And everybody else have a great weekend. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.